What? We're live. There it goes. There it goes. All right. We are live and I am unprepared as per usual. We got a minute for everyone to come in though. I think we're going. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. How do I share this with people? Gotta be a button somewhere. There we go. One day I'll have this prepared, but today is not that day. All right, I hope that works. All right, we'll give the alert some time to go out. Oh, look, I got a great view of the back of my head. Okay, it works. It works. We're going to start by opening the box. That's probably the least exciting part. All right. Thank you for buying an enclosure. I can't understand a single one of them languages. Happy printing. All right, we got a cheat sheet. Cheat sheet with some stuff on it. Rivets. Okay, we got rivets, Allen keys, torch keys, and a bunch of bolts. Shouldn't be too hard. New gummy bears. You know, I made the mistake of setting the stream up, and I guess I didn't click the schedule for later button at the end of the whole process. Whoops, it didn't schedule it for later. What do we got? That's a weird shaped box. Okay, it looks like this is supposed to be the bellows. Okay, and there's more stuff underneath that. Is that in frame? Yeah. Okay, there's the bellows and some stuff. Put that aside. Clear plastic sheets. Can confirm there's like 4 clear plastic sheets. Put that aside. Fasteners and accessories. See fans and a bunch of other stuff in there. Profiles and steel sheets. And empty box. This one can go away. Okay, now the fun time. Big box. Ooh, a lot of stuff in this box. All right, I have the instructions brought up on a computer over here. Let's go find out what they say. All right, instructions like before. Difficulty moderate. Available languages. A bunch of flags I don't recognize. Begin assembly. Welcome to the manual on how to assemble the XL enclosure. Prepare, blah, blah, blah. Make sure you have space. If children are involved, always supervise them. Why would children be building this thing? I do not have a meter squared, but maybe that won't be an issue. Original XL single tool. Dual head or 5 head? I got 5 head. It's nothing I gotta click though. Yeah, okay. Okay, for this guide, please prepare all of these tools. Do they include the tools? That's my question. Let's find out. The door seal, accessories. There we go. Tools. Electronic parts, zip ties, a bunch of LEDs, a filter. That's a sticker. Here we go. Okay. Tools it is. Well, if I don't have the tools in the kit, these are just fasteners. If I don't have the tools in the kit, I do have all of the tools that I used to build this thing. And this is a garage. Let's see. Clippers, okay, I got all of those. We will describe which side we are working on. Okay. Avoid direct skin contact with the lubricant. Okay. Don't touch, no touchy. Don't grab the filament things and reef on it. During assembly, peel off protective films. When are we going to get to the making it part? Okay. Top left corner is a help button. Contact us. Light, I do have light. Printer is plugged in. Unload all filaments. It is necessary to completely remove it. All right, well, we got to do that. Filament. Unload. Tool 1. This part's going to take a while. Got to unload all 5 filaments. Unload all 5. Gummy bears. I'm surprised they haven't done like the joke thing where they should include the sugar-free gummy bears. Maybe it's a good thing they're not doing that. Now, I have this loaded with black, white, red, green, and purple PLA. I do not intend to only use PLA. In fact, I intend to use probably no PLA total with this. This is what it came with. And has anyone else noticed the black? It almost looks like it's got bumps along the length. Is that on purpose? So why do we have to unload all of the filament? Hot end, heat better hot, don't touch, move z-axis down. Leave it at least 10, well, it's 10 centimeters above. Unload. Okay, there's the black out. Now let's go for the white. Gotta find a place to put all this stuff. Ugh. While that's going, I can show you the filament wall that I made. Just a dowel hanging on some stuff. Cool down the printer. Wait until the hot parts are cooled down. Remove filament from the PTFE tube. Okay. And unplug it. Heat, heat, heat. Let's see, and I got all of these. Tools. I got these weird looking tools. Just unload, unload. Wish I had read these instructions before I started, because now I gotta unload all 5 one at a time. This might take a minute. This has got to heat up each tool head, and okay, there it's going. It works pretty well, but you know the heat and cool down is not super quick. There it goes. I got these giant cheese wheel size rolls. I think these are 2 kilogram. They're just double width. I really like that they're not like larger diameter. They're double width. You know, so because if you get some rolls that are larger or bigger, and like how are you going to stack 2 of them on top of each other? You know what I mean? But you can do them side by side, much easier. And I'm glad they're on the sides. One thing I hate, I got a K1 Max. The thing I hate about that, the roll's on the back. Like, well, the way I have all the printers here, they're back up against a wall, and it's really annoying to get to the back, like change out a roll. Come on. All right, big roll of red. All right, next. Phantom Pinecone, hello. Mr. Random Livestream. So the thing about that, it was supposed to be a scheduled live stream, but I forgot to hit the schedule button after I'd done all the things, so then I had to go back in and redo it when I was supposed to start. And if you don't have it scheduled like a half hour early, YouTube doesn't send out alerts. So now we're gonna have to not send out alerts for this. But that's okay. So I unboxed the stuff for this and looked up the instructions, and it said, step 1, remove all the filament from the printer. So now I gotta heat up each one at a time, remove it. Then it wants me to turn it off and keep children away and all the sort of safety stuff. All right, come on. I gotta say, I'm using a mix of Prusa and Elegoo filament here. The Elegoo stuff is very droopy, stringy. Step 2, install filament. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it shouldn't be that bad. Because, like, I don't want to use this thing for just PLA anyway. Like, I mainly want to use this for, like, mixing engineering materials, like, whoops. I want to, like, be able to mix, like, nylon and ABS and TPU and stuff, like, all together in one, so I can have, like, rigid things and flexy things. One of the projects I want to do that with is actually up there. You see one of the versions of the respirator, and I can't get, like, a face seal very well, but if I can print the whole thing in like a stiff like ABS, something stiff, but then print the seal part integrated in out of like a real soft TPU, which I have some real soft TPU over here. Then like the seal and the face thing will fit, and maybe I can make different panels that are slightly movable so I can talk, and there'll actually be a jaw that moves, but it'll still seal all the way around my neck. Anyways, that's a future design idea. And I noticed I'm staring at the wrong side of the screen for the camera. Sorry if you get seasick. I'm going to flip you. Well, that didn't work. Let's see. Let's try this. There we go. There. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. Unload. There we go. Oh, this isn't even Elegoo. This is Polyterra. So the Elegoo was the green, and that drooped a lot. This didn't droop so bad, but this is Polymaker. This isn't Elegoo. Prusa filament seems to work really well. Elegoo, Elegoo is really gloopy. Okay, so we got that. What are the next instructions? Get tools ready. I'll deal with that later. For the next step, please prepare frame left, side panel, nylon rivet. I think that's in here, right? That looks like a big frame. It says Prusa. Is it left or right? I don't see. Let's make some space though. Looks like I could have done all of that at one time. Return. Cool down. Okay, let that cool down. So I have a frame. Frame left. Does this look like the left frame to you? It looks like the mirror image of what's on the screen. So this must be the right frame. It doesn't say anywhere. I suppose that's on the right side of the printer. Maybe this is the right frame. Is that metal? Yes. See if we can hear it. Looks like stamped sheet metal. This looks like the image on the thing. So front left. I also got some of these, but the girl who steals these isn't here today. She is out shopping with Grandma. So that side panel 1X nylon rivet. Glad they show pictures here. So we got that. We got side panel, one side panel, and nylon rivets. Those must be in here. This is the fastener bag. Let's see. These are all metal fasteners, I think. Oh, no, what's this? M4 nut cover. Nylon rivet. One metal fasteners. Metal, metal, metal. A lot of metal fasteners. Okay. Nylon rivets. Now we need a side panel. This looks like a side panel. And this has the green peely plastic, which we can deal with in the future. Let's see. Side panel. Nylon rivets. Peel the protective film off both sides. After peeling it off, more susceptible to scratches, proceed with caution. Insert the side panel into the frame left. Align with the holes. Okay. See, it shows pictures here, which you can't zoom in on. I'm sorry. Push the nylon rivet to secure the back panel in the frame. Looks easy enough. Famous last words. Is that all? Okay, and then there's some other deal here. All right, so we're just gonna have to do that twice, it looks like. Okay. All right. So here's the fun part. Supposed to peel off the plastic coating. It's not making the fun sound that I'm used to things making when you peel the plastic off. Ah, but it's just as staticky. Okay. Ooh, I can feel the static from here. That's pretty staticky. It's making the hair on my arms stand up straight. Wrong peeling sound, send it back. Yeah, it must be defective. They used wrong plastic on these. Clearly they used the wrong plastic. There we go. Now it's clear. Okay. Ooh, that's a good sound though. So clearly the sheet is good. And it looks like they want these rivets to go in from the other side. Better not spill these too far. Has anyone out there built one of these yet? I know ZK has, and he was here last time, but ZK is probably watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I assume, because I think that's going on right now, right? But I probably don't need his help to build this part, although he was very helpful building the whole printer. Oh, these are kind of neat little nylon rivets. See if I can get you to see. See, it's a little push rivet, and the end is there. When you push that bottom part in, it flares out the top. That's kind of neat. That's pretty handy. And then it makes popping these in pretty easy. And it makes a decent sound too. Take a listen. Nice solid click. I like those rivets. So, Phantom Pinecone, you're out there. What are you up to this weekend? Popping more in. These would be nice to get like a bunch of these for other things. Of course, it beats like having to do a bunch of aircraft rivets or something. Fire up my air compressor. I think an aircraft rivet would blow this clear plastic sheet to shreds. And I've noticed a lot of these 3D printers now, they used to kind of be built really cruddy, except for the Prusas. The Prusa printers are surprisingly very heavy. But these, more and more now, even that cheap, like that Elegoo Centauri Carbon, the whole thing is metal, which is pretty nice. Just walked in from the shop when you started, was making keyhole brackets to hang a coat rack I'm making. Nice. Nice, nice. Just also going to change one thing that I noticed on the last stream. There, we're switching to live chat. James O'Kane, hello. I have a Centauri Carbon. I need to inbox someday. Centauri Carbon, my Centauri Carbon sitting over there. It is pretty good. It's been pretty solid. I recently made some unbox. It's a really awesome printer. I think, especially if you're not concerned with the whole multicolor thing. And I'm not. I just happen to have this because I can do multi-material, like I was saying earlier. They're making an AMS system for it, supposedly, for the end of the year. But I think when I thought it was going to be like $600-700. I thought like after they sent me one and I reviewed it on my other channel, and then I used it for a bunch and I was doing all sorts of things, and I was quite sure it was going to be like $600 or $700. And it came out and said like $299. I'm like, what? How is this possibly a $299 printer? It's way too good for that. And it's just a really good deal. And I haven't just been printing like PLA with it. I was printing a bunch of nylon, like carbon fiber nylon stuff with it. It was like PPA. What's that? Polypropylene something. PPA CF. It prints really well. Pre-ordered in February. Forgot what I paid. Yeah, it's like they were like $300. It was crazy. I couldn't believe how cheap they were. I'm like, this has to be more expensive than that. But, I guess competition, and as things go forward, prices go down. That's always nice. Ooh, that's not a side piece. Let's see. Because like the Centauri Carbon, it's really fast. I turned the speed way down, but it's really fast if you need it to be. And the print quality is really good. And it does actually print like over 300 degrees with all the stuff, with like carbon fiber and glass fiber. It actually does print all that stuff. So it's not just like they didn't run the numbers and say, oh, by the numbers, we think it can do this. Like I actually did it with a bunch of stuff. And like I printed like benchies with a whole bunch of stuff out of the box, and it all came out great. And I printed a whole bunch of stuff in PPA carbon fiber, which needs 310 Celsius, and it's like it all comes out nice. It's pretty good. Like older printers are just older printers. The cheaper ones seem really crummy. I mean, the Prusas weigh a ton, even the old ones, but the Centauri Carbon just seems way too good for the price. That's the point I'm getting at. Looking forward to the enclosed space test, ABS and others. It works great. I had no problems with ABS. I did a little bit of ABS with it. I didn't do a ton of ABS. I did some ASA. I did have trouble with ASA. My recommendation is the same as everyone else's recommendation. Turn the heated bed on, get it up to 90 Celsius, and just let it sit there for like 20 minutes, and then print with ASA. I also print, I don't know if you saw my review of it on the other channel, because that was before I had this 3D printing one. I made that, where's my finger? That stand, that's sitting on top of the Centauri Carbon. It's got a shelf up here, and it holds a filament dryer. And then the thing feeds through the top straight into the top of the extruder. So I put the ABS or ASA or whatever in the dryer, turn it on, and then run the filament in and print straight from that. Works pretty good. And you can print, that file is in that review. It's underneath, it's on My Mini Factory, I think, for free. And you can print it on the Centauri Carbon in PLA when you get it. And the file is free. I do not charge for 3D models. Here we go. Probably saw it. Didn't link in my mind when I bought it. It's there. If you have an issue with like, you can set the dryer right next to it and just run the filament out of the dryer and into the side of the Centauri Carbon. But I was using a very stiff, brittle filament. It was PET CF with carbon fiber, so the carbon fiber makes it more brittle, and it's not PET G, because the G in PET G is like a plasticizer or something. It makes the thing more flexible without breaking. PET CF gets rid of the thing that makes it flexible and then adds carbon fiber, which makes it less flexible. So I was having that breaking in the tube on the way around the corner into the extruder. That's why I made that thing, which sets it all on top. And I have not had filament break in the PTFE tube since. Works really well. It does have the words Paul's Garage printed into it, though. If you don't know how to 3D model and take that out, I apologize. My name would be on the print. But, feel free to open it up in some program and get rid of it. Clip, clip, clip. These rivets are a neat idea. You don't need a pop rivet gun. You don't need to thread nuts and bolts that are definitely going to fall off at some point. It's easier to legally change my name. Yeah, it might be. Well, nice to know you, Paul, formerly James. Okay, there's the other side. Now let's see what's next on the old instructions. Next. Peel off, already did this, already did that. Okay, next up, protective bumpers, screws. I'm just gonna bring the laptop over here, maybe. There we go. Oh, everything's connected to the cords. I don't need a mouse. I'll set this on my lap. Okay, we're back. So I need protective bumpers. Where did I see bumpers? Oh, no, those are nut covers. Don't take that out of context. 4 hinges, 2 hinges, 4 magnets, 2 bumpers. Protective bumpers. I only need 2 bumpers. Those are the 2 bumpers. Magnetic bumper, 2 of those. and 2 screws. All right. Well, I wonder, are they ever going to start like a Twitch category where people just stream assembling IKEA furniture or something? Because this isn't too far off of that. Okay, hinges, we don't need those hinges. We only need 2 of the magnetic bumpers, M4 by 16 R screws. R screws. M3, M4 by 12, M4 by 16 R. Got it. I only need 2 of these. R, the reverse thread? What kind of machine is this? I'm also, right now, as I'm doing this, starting to remember that I don't have air conditioning in this garage. And the air is kind of stagnant. And it's hotter outside than it is in here, so I can't even open the door. Okay, from the inside, insert the M14 by 16 screw in the threaded hole and tighten it fully. Left bumper. Okay, left. It's by the word Prusa, which is stamped in. There it is. Prusa. Fortunately, the viewers are big fans. Yes, exactly. You can keep me cool. So we'll thread this into there. Insert the magnetic bumper onto the screw and tighten it. Okay. That would be nice. You know, if you could send me some of your weather. Or I don't know, what's the temperature like where you are? It's actually not that bad here, but you're further west. And maybe north? I don't know. Maybe you get drier climate there at least. Somewhere I have the Allen wrenches for these. Okay, there we go. Magnetic bumper. These are neat. Yeah. This is a bumper magnet. Gonna be 85 today. That's not too bad. Okay. So we go screw, bumper, magnetic bumper. Screw that into the screw. I probably need an Allen wrench. Is this the right one? I can't eyeball metric stuff. M4, what does that even mean? That's not the right one. Is this the right one? Nope, that's not the right one either. I'm looking in vain for the other ones. Oh, that's pretty tight anyway. Okay. Same on the opposite side. I'm already cruising along a lot faster than I did building the other thing. But that's to be expected, I suppose. 85. I don't even know what temperature it's supposed to be like here. According to my computer here, it's 77, but it doesn't always know where I am. Let's see what it says. You know, this garage, I have heating in here, and that's really nice. In the winters, in the summers, not so fun. Temperatures to drop next Wednesday. Okay, well, that doesn't help me today. Feels like 88. It does kind of feel like 88 in here. That's true. Oh, it says it's not going to get that hot. Not going to get that hot today. Maybe I can open a door or something. Okay, we got a magnetic. We got a screw in here. and then a bumper, and then a magnetic bumper, which is screw onto there. Neat. So we got bumper on bumper action. Left and right. Left and right. Moving on. Microsoft Edge. Who even likes that? Okay, here we go. Next steps. Prepare back panel and M4 by 5R screws. M4 12, M3, M4 16, M4 5. There we go. M4 by 5. I need 12 of them. This is 27. Back panel. What is the back panel? Oh! The back panel is underneath the piece of foam that I didn't take out because I didn't think there was anything underneath it. Now I gotta move a bunch of stuff. Wall with foam, back panel. There we go, back panel. And move that back. Okay, all those screws fit the frame into the back panel. Okay, and then I imagine we're gonna screw them in place. Oh no, not yet. Oh, cool. These have grooves in it, and these things are gonna slot in there. So we need this one. This is neat. This is really neat. Like this. Yeah. And now there's a bunch of screw holes. Okay. Okay, there we go. Where did I put? There we go. Okay, there's so many M4 fasteners. I really do have to find. Oops, I really do have to find an M4 Allen wrench. Just get this one threaded a little bit. Did I really not have an M4 Allen wrench? It's got tons of Allen wrenches everywhere. That's not M4? No, that's not M4, and that's way too big. That's not even from this kit. We might have to grab off of the shelf around the corner. Yeah. Here we go. Shelf. Shelf around the corner. So I'm in the middle of a big garage reorganization. And it's really hampering my progress. You know, trying to do all this stuff, trying to build all this stuff while moving things around, finding a place for all of them to go. There we go. Finding a place to put everything is really annoying. Deciding what to give up is really annoying. Because I keep thinking, can't I just make the place bigger? But I can't. I mean, I suppose I could move to a bigger place, but I can't move to a bigger place. Not in today's housing market. And then I would have to move all of this stuff and reset it up again. All right. I just made a cardinal rule of building things. I tightened a screw couple screws before I started threading in all the rest of them. Okay. Actually, I don't think this is the right size Allen wrench. It's close. Close, but no cigar. It's close enough anyway. We just bought this house because of the 3-car detached garage. That's a good reason to buy a house. My last house, I had a 2-car garage, 2-car attached, and then it was a tiny house, very tiny. And we had 2 kids, and then we had a 3rd kid, and we were thinking like, oh, we ain't gonna fit in this tiny house with 3 kids, so we bought the house I'm in now, which you may not be able to tell because of the way I have it set up. Back here, there's a car stall. Back that way, there's a car stall. Where that truck is a car stall, and over there's another one. So I got a 4-car and an L, which is quite nice. And currently, there's a car in that far over one with a dead battery. Another 2 garages in the house. That's awesome. More space is more better. All right. And I imagine the next step of this process will be doing all of this again on the other side with the other back part. That's my official guess. Yep, it is indeed. Okay, I'm going to move this. All right, we got this part here. You can never have enough garage space. There we go. I've always thought hobbies were kind of like gases. They expand to fill the volume of the container that they're in. And that seems to be true. They just seem to expand. If you have more workspace, you will fill the workspace. But I occasionally just have to go through and make the space a little more efficient. And I find I can fit in way more junk that I don't need into the same space. And I did start getting rid of some 3D printers. And by getting rid of, I mean giving them to people I know locally who want to get into it. The more people you can get into it, the better, right? Go. So people watching, what would you make if you had a printer like this? What would you want to see made? Anything interesting? Would you stick with multicolor PLA? Would you try other kinds of filament? PETG, nylon, ABS, anything like that? Just don't want to be the person they come to for support. Yeah, there you go. Then you're the warranty person. Well, the person I gave, I had a Mars 4 Max, which I think is a perfectly fine printer. I don't really know why anyone would buy one of those when the Saturn exists, but it worked fine. And the resolution wasn't too bad. But the person I gave it to is an engineer, so if he needs help, I really hope he's able to figure it out himself. Okay, I'm going to grab my other bin here of of Allen wrenches. Maybe this will help me. Okay, one of these has got to be the right size. I don't even know what half of these are a printer, half of these are for. That's too big. What about that one? Nailed it. Perfect. Okay, that is my new M4 Allen wrench. New meaning it came from some other printer. Multi-material prints would be interesting. Yeah, the reason I want to try this is because you can mix, instead of just the multiple filaments into one head, you can do multiple filaments in multiple heads. So if one head has to be 220 degrees and the other one's got to be 300, how are you going to do that on like an AMS system? You probably can, but with this, it just leaves that one at 300 and the other one's at 220 and it just mixes them in. But you know, I can't find someone. There's a lot of people here around that I know who have the AMS, like the bamboo multi-color things. I don't think a single one of them that I've talked to anyway has done like nylon and TPU together. They're all just like, look at all the bright colors of PLA, you know, like that's all they do. Which is fine, but it's not my thing. All right, well there's part of the enclosure. I bet you this goes on top. Next. Okay, there's a frame support and more of that same kind of screw. Where is the frame support? That looks like it. Frame support. And we're going to put that in. It goes here. Like that, but underneath. And I can read Prusa. Like that. Okay, got it. I did make a couple of multicolored PLA only prints with this thing because I built this like, what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something. But I got it going and there was an issue with like the self checks. It kept saying there was a problem. The reason it was saying there was a problem is because I didn't configure it properly for one of the fans. Got that fixed. And then I decided I'm just going to use it just with the multicolored PLA for just a couple weeks and make sure everything is okay. And everything has worked beautifully. TPU traditionally can't go in the AMS. They released a compatible version recently, but I haven't tried it. You have a 2-head printer, but it's never been tuned well. Tuning is really important, I think. And I heard they had a TPU for the AMS. I really haven't messed with TPU all that much. I mean, I put it in the carbon, the Centauri carbon, printed a couple of benchies. I printed a phone case, but it was too floppy and it would just fall off, so I don't even use the phone case. But the interesting thing here, I'll be able to do like print in place bushings, which would be cool. And like I said, the seal that I was talking about earlier on a respirator. I also saw someone had a print in place bellows, which was kind of neat. You print it flat, and there was like layers of something between the layers of bellows. So when you take it off the printer, it's flat, and then you can just expand it out, accordion it up. Okay. That's done. Next up, top panel and more nylon rivets. Here's the top panel. And the nylon rivets are in here somewhere. There are the nylon rivets. Got them. Nylon rivets. Peeling more plastic. There's so much static coming off of this. I feel like I might fry my laptop, which is sitting right here. There. Static is dangerous. You can really fry some stuff with static electricity. Okay, interesting. All right. There's a little cutout here. That goes up there. Nylon rivet. Got it. There we go. You know, lately I've been getting ads on Instagram for a company, looks like a Chinese company with a 3D printer that's like 2 meters across, and they're printing full like car bumpers with it, and then taking them out and sticking them on a car. That looks pretty cool. Don't know how realistic it would be to have one of those in your garage for 3D printing bumpers. Although if you have like a teenager learning to drive and they're not very good, if you keep crashing into stuff, you could just keep replacing their bumpers for them. Plastic rivet, rivet, rivet. Isn't that the size of the orange from Elegoo? Elegoo's 800 mil. So it's a little less than a meter on a side, but there are some that are like 2 or 3 meters. We're talking like it's the size of a room. And it's got big glass doors the dude has to open and reach in and pull out like a 7-foot long car bumper, you know? The Orange Storm Giga is pretty cool. It is very large, 800 I think, 800 mil on a side. But with these we're talking 2,500 mil, like several times larger than that. And it's one of those where like you try to get the price and it says call for price, which means like insane expense. But they're also, I think they're industrial because they have hotters that'll do 400 degrees Celsius and all that kind of stuff. You now need the fan, filter and fan holder, a blower, and some screws and a zip tie. Okay. We got this thing. Must go in the back there. That thing. Fan. Where's the fan? That looks like a fan. And 2 screws and a zip tie. M4 by 12. I don't think I've used those ones yet. M4 8. M4 12 right there. M4 12B. And a zip tie. I hope they included a zip. You got a whole bunch of them. I mean, something really large like that, a 400 or a 2,500 mil printer, I could do that whole Power Wheels car that I did. I could do it in one piece. That would be nice. I wouldn't have to epoxy everything back together again. One zip tie. Okay. Holder, metal cutouts to you. Place a blower on top. And filter fan holder. Like so. And then use the screws. Of course, at some point, the more stuff you make, the bigger and bigger you go. The limit ends up not being the printers. It ends up being like how fast I can 3D model. And I'm not super quick at it. So even like one single printer like this Prusa XL can 3D print most things faster than I can 3D model the next thing I want to print. Especially since I don't tend to do runs of things. I don't do like 50 of something at a time. Okay. Okay, this goes on the back. And some slots. Right there, you see that hole? There we go. Insert the blower through the hole in the back panel, insert the cable. And then zip tie that in place. All right. And I assume the next step will be screwing them back in. Screwing all this stuff back in. Has anyone watching printed anything cool lately? I saw another person on Twitter, a guy who has another 3D printing YouTube channel. I won't say who it was because I can't remember. Complaining that there's 20 million STLs out there, and he can't find anything to print. Saying like, is that anyone else resonate with that? I'm thinking, yeah, it's like analysis paralysis. There's too much stuff, and most of it's not fit for what I want to do. There we go. It's like Netflix and all those other streaming services. There's a million things you could watch, and yet nothing to watch. All right. Correctly clipped zip tie, leaving just a tiny razor sharp piece to lacerate myself on. Now I need the HEPA filter, this thing. And it's inserted like this. Oh, that's kind of neat. You can actually see the chunks of charcoal in there. It's kind of cool. Pop that in. Now there's a filter cover. Filter cover. You're working on a hydroponics tower. That's cool. What are you growing with your hydroponics tower? M4 5R screws. Okay. M4 8R. M4 5R screws. There we go. Hooah! TBD. That's always good. Okay, so I got to assemble this. The word Prusa must be legible like that. It's got to go in that way. And then all of this screws in with these screws. TBD. So that could be anything. I've never tried hydroponics. I've done like indoor gardening, but it was always in like dirt, like pots. I would do like tomatoes and peppers and stuff. Like I know people start their veggie garden indoors early. I would start it in like January, like super early. And then when spring hit, I would take the stuff outside, but I would take out like full, like big, already producing tomatoes, kind of tomato plants. And that little jump start helped out a lot because where I was living, the climate wasn't too bad, but it didn't get a lot of sunlight. We had a lot of shade, a lot of like cloudy days. And giving them a little bit of a jump start, I think, helped compensate for that. Oops, there goes the screw. It was so cloudy. And I had a gigantic tree in my yard, so that didn't help either. But I placed a lot of the plants that needed a lot of sunlight where they could get maximum sunlight, given that there was a gigantic tree to the southwest. And then gave them a jump start with the big grow light. Well, I didn't have a grow light. I had a metal halide warehouse light. There we go. And that was when I realized I don't actually hate tomatoes. I hate bad tomatoes. I like fresh tomatoes. Starting early for 2026. There you go. Start now. Started tomatoes and peppers indoors last year. Ended up with way too many. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I even tried saving a pepper plant. And I had a pepper plant for 3 or 4 years. So I would bring it in a pot. And it would, like, all the leaves would fall off. But it would pop back, and then after the winter, I would take it outside and all the leaves would fall off again and then it would pop back. And I really don't like peppers that much, at least not those peppers. Because I think that was a scorpion pepper plant and I never did eat any of them. Alright, filter cover. This thing's sticking out the back. I'm going to have to rearrange how I got all this stuff set up. Because this printer is not going to go here. It's going to go over here where there's a giant hole. Okay, locate metal perforations on the inside. And zip tie. Alright, time to flip it around again. Got this wire here, and it looks like there's 2 spots up there to zip tie it in place. Building on stream may not be the best idea. But the one thing it does, it makes me keep going. Let's see. I'll say this too. Black wiring, black thing, black zip tie. It's not as easy to see black on black on black under a cover. I understand they need to make it look all neat and professional. I know some racing teams, though, build race cars professionally, and they, regardless of what color the car is, they paint the engine bay like a light gray. And why do they do that? So you can pop the hood and see what you're doing. Don't know why they don't do white. Maybe because white will look dirty. You get the same amount, almost the same amount of light off of a white light gray, I suppose. All right, instructions. Next, we need an LED strip. That's this, LED strip, and a diffuser. That's this. And some various other bits. Those are hinges. Other bits. Break the gray makes leaking fluids easier to spot. Could be. A family of deer that frequent backyard, biggest crop will be deer food. Well, you know, biggest crop could be deer food, but if you got a rifle, then your biggest crop will be deer. Let's see, LED stick bracket. Is that in the same box as the... What is this? Printed parts. I don't see LED stick bracket included in that list. Sticker. Oh, here we go. LED stick bracket right there. 3 of them. M3 by 18 screws. 3 of them, also perfect. And the 3 nuts. Everything I need is right there. Okay. Now I can prepare these. This is cool. You can see it was printed on a textured surface plate with no ironing. And kind of, you know, not super fine layer detail, but that's okay. I think it's kind of neat that they print their own equipment with their own printers. See, insert the nut into the nut hole. Nut hole, another thing you don't want to take out of context. In the LED stick bracket. Okay, there we go. Maybe it wouldn't be so hot in this garage if I didn't have a bunch of printers going right now. Some, you know, if you've noticed, some 3D printers are really quiet, and some of them are just crazy loud. You know, and it's not that the expensive ones are quiet. Because the loudest resin printer I got is the Formlabs one. Super quiet 3D printer, the GK3 Ultra has been running this whole time. I can't even hear it. Like the cooling fan of my laptop is just as loud. Ooh. Like I got a Prusa Mark II over there, super loud. If it's going, I can hear it inside the house. Next to it, Prusa Mark III, silent. Well, not silent, but just about. All right, and now we're gonna stick it on this. Oh joy, we were playing with things that were heavy and static electricity, and now we're gonna be touching electronics. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, Prusa is super loud. Which one do you have? Don't you have, it's a 2.5 or something? You know, the 3, the Mark III, the newer version, I think the Mark II is actually a little faster. With similar settings, 2.5, yeah. The 2 is super loud, but I think the 2 is also faster. Let's see, okay. There's a direction here. In, out, what does it say? Okay, got it. This bracket holds this board and then holds the diffuser above it. Yeah, okay. Okay, interesting. And I just put this on one side? All right, then. You know, I was going to get the 2.5 upgrade pack thing, but when I went to get it, it was like 2 weeks out of stock, like 2 weeks NLA. They had just discontinued it. And I remember thinking, like, what do you mean you discontinued it? This isn't that old. And then I remembered, oh, the printer's like 6 years old at that point. Oh, makes sense. Okay. So now we're going to take this. And arrange it right here. There's only one LED strip, but there's holes on the other side, so I must only have the right side LED strip or something. Unless there's another one of these that I'm missing. I do not know. Let's see. One. I could tell it was being printed on my Ultimaker by the sound. Circles had a neat whirl. Yeah, some of them make some good music. The Mark II is definitely like that. All right. There we go. Lights, screws, wiring. Now I need wiring, a wiring harness. That's probably what's in here. Little board. Now here I thought this thing was just going to be like a box to stick around the thing. There's actually a lot going on here. See, LED strip cable, 1100 millimeter, and 12 zip ties. Which one is that? Couple little things, little board in there. I imagine it's the one that's 1100 millimeters long. There it is. That's 1100 mil. Okay. Put that aside. And the cable ties. All right. There, that's a better view. Can see right up it. Okay. Now look at all of the zip ties. Okay, so we're going to go down. Then we go over. Then here, in this corner, there's a little nub. Right there. And then all the way down. Okay, and we're going to zip tie it in with this other cable here. Okay. Got it. Lots of zip ties. Fortunately, they gave us lots of zip ties. Again, though, all black. Fun to see in the dark. Now, one thing I don't like when you have other machines that are made with a lot of zip ties, if you have to service the machine, but you have to cut a bunch of zip ties to get it apart, that's kind of annoying. It seems like someone could plan a little better for that. Or even worse, like there's enough slack in the line to like remove a part from something, and then they put it all together. Instead of leaving that slack there in case you have to remove the module, they just zip tie it all tight and then put the zip ties around corners that you can't even get the clippers in to clip the zip ties off. Yeah, there's a special place in hell for those kind of engineers. Because your mind immediately goes like, oh, they're being intentionally malicious. Like what's probably happening is they're being rushed because of deadlines and stuff. Have commitment with zip ties, commitment issues with zip ties because of this. Yes, exactly. Exactly my point. And almost always when I'm working on something at work and I need to cut a zip tie, I almost never put a zip tie back. Unless it's like to keep a wiring harness up away from something that's moving, because you don't want something moving to dig in the zip tie. It's like, no, they just put it in there for like, probably for assembly's sake. It doesn't actually need to be there to protect a wiring harness or anything. It just makes maintenance a pain. The other thing I don't like, some machines, you know, my Prusa Mark II was actually like this. The Mark III, I got a kit and I built it on a stream. My Mark II was assembled when I got it. And there's the magnetic sensor on the extruder to kind of probe the bed. You know, there it goes like loop, and then there's a zip tie that holds it in there. Whoever built it just tightened the bejesus out of that zip tie, and the wire broke inside, underneath the zip tie. That was the one and only failure I had on the Mark II. And I think like if whoever was building that thing, putting that zip tie on, had just given it one fewer click on the zip tie, that wire wouldn't have broken. So I gotta like, I tighten the zip tie to hold the wire in place, but it's not crunching the wire in place. Because a lot of wiring these days on a lot of newer machines, it's like the finest, it's like baby hair aluminum wiring, and you zip tie it too much and they just break right under the zip tie every time. It's the other thing I hate, aluminum wiring. Like, I understand it's not a high current thing. It doesn't have to transmit a bunch of electricity. But why would you put aluminum wiring? I mean, I know why. It's cheap, that's why. But anyone with a brain wouldn't want to put aluminum wiring on a machine that vibrates while it's running. Just a terrible idea. I mean, like I said, obviously they do it because it's cheap, but that doesn't mean it's good. And my rule of thumb on it is I tighten it so that the wire is not flopping around, right? It's held in place, but I can also slide the wiring through it without having to yank. And if the wiring will gently slide through without flopping around, then it's tight enough, but not too tight. That's how I do it. My house is aluminum wiring, as was the fashion of the time. Yeah, for a while they did that. And like, I get it, aluminum conducts electricity. Oh, that's a magnet. Aluminum conducts electricity. Like, it's fine. It doesn't conduct electricity as well as copper, but you can just make it thicker, right? Well, kinda. Like, you make it thicker and it can handle the power, but aluminum has a limited fatigue life. What that means is, if you say you take steel and you stress it out, don't bend it, but like put a stress on it, you can do that infinite number of times, just about, until you push it beyond a certain point. Beyond a certain point, it's like beyond the limit, and you will fatigue the steel very quickly. But there's a limit where if you overbuild beyond a point and you stress it under that point, you have unlimited like cycles, just about. Aluminum does not have that point. Even if you overbuild the crap out of it, it will still fatigue under stress eventually and break. So if you have anything that moves at all and you have aluminum wiring on it, you have just put a very limited lifespan on that wire, regardless of all other factors. The other issue with aluminum versus copper wiring, if copper corrodes, copper corrosion conducts electricity. Not as well as copper, but it conducts some. Aluminum corrosion does not conduct electricity. Aluminum oxide, alumina, not conductive. Drop a screw. They include a bunch of screws with this, but you don't want to overdo it on losing them. Requires all kinds of special connectors and glue when connecting with copper. Yeah, I mean, you don't want dissimilar metals, right, touching each other. That's a recipe for disaster. It's a whole lot of work and extra junk to not just use copper wiring like everything else. I'm not saying this has aluminum wiring. This might have copper wiring in it, but I'm saying I have to deal with that all day. And they make connectors smaller and smaller and smaller, and the tabs smaller and smaller and smaller, to the point where it becomes very obvious that whoever did that, designed it on a CAD program and didn't hold one in their hands first. Or they would have seen, oh, that tab is too small to actually push with my finger. There we go. I think Alcoa's based here. They're big pushing for aluminum and everything. Yeah, well, I mean, they would, right? That's their business. Aluminize everything. And I'm not saying I don't like aluminum. Aluminum's great. It's just not as good as some other things. Okay, now I need a front panel, a door frame support, a door frame top, and M4 by 8 screws. M4 by 8R screws. Here's the M4 by 8Rs. Front panel, door frame support, door frame top. Okay, what is... Those look like big parts. And... there we go. That box wasn't empty after all. Okay. Okay, and door frame support and door frame top. That's what they look like. Okay, that looks like one of them. That looks like the other one of them. And those were the screws. Okay. Peel off protective film on that thing. So this one's got a white film, a different color film. There's a story in college that the library is paid for by Alcoa, and an aluminum facade. Nice. You can't build anything because the exec's got to see it. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, it's kind of cool. Have it like an aluminum facade would be pretty cool because it's not going to rust, right? You can just do bare aluminum. Isn't the Alcoa building, wasn't that just like all aluminum panels? Instead of being the wall of glass, it was like a wall of aluminum. There we go. Cool. Front panel thing. Neat. Okay, so point it towards me. And then we stick these in there. This must be where the hinges come in, because this thing's got to lift up. So we get this. Like that on the inside. And then this goes on the other side. M4AR. There we go. You know, I can just about hold all this stuff steady, which I think means it might be time for a caffeine break. Because where's the fun in that? I'm not dropping anything, haven't in at least a few minutes. Okay. There we go. All right. These clear covers are kind of neat. You'll be able to see what's going on. That's kind of cool. I at one point bought some clear cover, like a clear sheet of a specific size for a project, and I didn't end up using it. I ended up just leaving where the clear window would have gone. I just left it open. And I wonder, like, how much extra complication would cutting clear sheet add to a project? Like, probably not a ton, but is it possible in your home to heat and bend clear sheet? Kind of like how they do windshields like that on cars. It was a flat piece, and then they heat it up and drop it onto like a mandrel, and it flexes into the shape of like the curve of the car windshield. And I remember seeing that and thinking, I could build a giant oven that can weaken glass. Why can't I make my own windshield? You can cut acrylic with woodworking tools. I know, like, cutting it, but I'm saying, like, bending, to get it to bend without damaging it. Like, what kind of heat is required for that? It's like I can build a pretty large, pretty tightly heat controlled oven if I need to. Okay, now we're not doing the hinges next. We're doing these next. these things. Torch for that, a tap plastic. Heat gun, maybe? Yeah, I mean, heat gun would work. Heat gun definitely gets hot enough. I mean, at that point, it's just a matter of control, right? Here's where the nut covers come in. Okay. For our 8 screws. Okay, that's those. M4 by 8R. M4N nuts. Somewhere in here, they're the nut covers. M4N nuts. Here we go. M4N nuts. So I got the nuts, nut covers, the screws we were using before. Okay, and these side bracket deals. Okay, so I got to put the nuts in the nut covers. I guess we're doing that ahead of time. Flat, long heat source. Got like a ribbon burner or something. Strip heater, yeah, okay. You know, because there's got to be a reason. There's got to be a way. You know what I mean? Like that's my general policy. If someone can do something, I can do it too. I can figure out how it works. It's just do I want to invest the time and space for the equipment and the money, and you know, you got to say no to a lot of stuff when you have limited space and time and money, which is to say you always have to say no to a lot of stuff. I got to put the nuts in the nut covers on every single one of these. You know, I got to think there was probably a different nut they could have bought for this. And these fiddly little nuts go into the nut covers. They go in crooked, they don't. If they go in crooked at all, they won't go in at all. So they got to push them in straight. Assuming that link didn't show, it's $300 for a 2-foot one, $400 for a 4-foot one. The link did not show. So thank you for mentioning the price. Yeah, YouTube eats links. They don't want you posting links to nothing. There, if I just set the nut on the table and push the cover over it, then it goes in straight. Okay. We have a process. Another cool thing that I'd like is one of those. Have you seen those UV printers that are like everyone's showing on their channels right now? I saw those and I thought, oh, that actually looks really cool. So I went back in my emails and they actually emailed me and they said we can send you one, but we'd like a video out by the end of June. I'm like, well, that ain't happening. So count me out on that. But if they're cool enough, I'll just buy one. Up to 1/2-inch material, 800 Fahrenheit. Okay, 800 Fahrenheit. That's not too bad. That is not too bad. Does it just like go around the sheet, heat it up, and then you can bend it? Or is it just like a one-side thing? Okay, well, I ran out of nut covers. That's all the nut covers I had for the nuts. Next. Okay, now we're attaching those to this. Looks like a ceramic trough with a heating element along length. Okay, that makes sense too, yeah. Let's see. like this. And 4x8 screw right here. There we go. We'll put another one in there. And the nut cover goes on that. Okay, this is where the nut covers come in. They say do not over tighten or you can cause the panel to crack. Well, if I'm only doing it with my fingers, I don't think I'm going to over tighten it. And the rest. And the other side. Okay, I can set the instructions aside here. Alright, this next part's pretty straightforward. Just have to stick a lot of things in a lot of nuts. They also have instructions for building your own with $85 heater, plywood, fiberglass, and aluminum foil. Nice. $85 heater. What kind of heater are they using for those? So if I could substitute like a pottery kiln heater, I already have some of those laying around. They're probably overkill because the kilns get up to like 2,500 Fahrenheit. But overkill is better than underkill. You know, you need sufficient kill, and then everything beyond that is just gravy. It's the strip. Okay, so it's specifically the strip heater mentioned above, not a random other thing, but a thing you can get from them probably. That's a good sign though. If you can buy the heater separate, it means if you have the fancy one and it burns out, then you can replace the heater separate. So the problem I've noticed with a lot of these cheap like metal melting furnaces, you can buy spare elements from someone else, but they're so expensive you might as well just buy a whole new furnace, because then you get a new couple new crucibles and a bunch extra bonuses, and you end up paying less overall. Spec sheet says it's knit and braided fiberglass, but nothing about what the active heating bits are. Okay, interesting. Fiberglass cover. I suppose if it's only getting to 900 Fahrenheit, a fiberglass cover would be perfect. You know, because like 3D printing is cool, but it's only one kind of building stuff. You know, and I always want to try newer stuff. Like I think I tapped out on, I mean, I'll tap out on a specific type of building something, and then I'll find 10 more things. Waiting for it to switch to laser cutting soon. Oh, eventually, it's coming. The not on this channel, but on the other one, I keep getting laser cutting companies emailing me all the time. And so far, I've just turned them down. It's like I don't have the space. I don't have the time right now. Because I just had, you know, kid number 4, and I'm doing 10 different things. And the laser cutters seem really awesome, and I would really like one. But eventually I will definitely do that. Eventually, not near term. Probably not within this calendar year. Almost certainly not within this calendar year. So I've got too much else going on. I got to finish up some other stuff first. What would really help me is if I could get an editor, a video editor. And I know there's a video production company locally that I know the owners of, and I know their like head whatever dude, whatever he does. And they want to take on editors, especially because they think it would be more regular income. And I'm like, yes, please. How do we do it? And they said, well, we should set up a meeting, and then we can figure out like what you want, what we can do, how we're gonna handle all this. And I'm like, cool, let's do it. And then they're like, well, they're busy right now, so they never talk. You know? Do you run into thinking you'll have a bunch of new ideas for a new tool and get it and sits because you don't have ideas? No. I never run out of ideas. I just run out of time to finish the ideas I already had. Like I have endless ideas for all of these machines, but I don't have endless time. And I don't have endless materials either. Time is usually the big one. Like right now I am doing this instead of getting some clear resin stuff printing on the printer that's right over there. You know, and then the Formlabs printer over there has a thing that I printed a week ago that's still sitting on the build plate in the printer, and I just haven't popped it off and put it in the clean station yet. Because I lack the time. You know what I mean? And when I'm done putting this thing together, I'm not going to have time to keep working out here. I'm going to have to go do something else, probably inside the house. But it is only Saturday. There's another day. There's tomorrow. Is tomorrow Father's Day, or is that next Sunday? You have money but lack time and energy. I have not money. I have 4 kids. I never have spare money. The only reason I have all this printer junk is because the printer companies send them to me. I have no time, and I generally have a lot of energy, but not by the time I get the time to do this. It's like by the time I get out to the garage and I'm actually doing anything, it's usually 11 p.m. and at least 2 of my kids have gotten up at night and not gone to bed. Like they've gotten up again and said, I have to go potty or whatever. And then, you know, they stall. And by the time I get out here, it's like I've been up for 16 hours and I haven't been sitting down for any of those 16 hours, and I am exhausted. So I have very little time and very little energy by the time I get out here. Saturdays are a little different because I'm not at work right now. I'm actually at home, which gives me some time to do this. Do a lot of planning and buying supplies. By the time they arrive, I've moved on or similar. Okay, I feel that. I feel that a lot. Like there's a couple ways I got around it. First off, I'll show you one thing. I don't know how long you've been following me. Check that out. That's a Power Wheels car, 3D printed with a greased lightning body. The only reason I managed to finish that is because I had a deadline. Whoa, zoom in, whoa. Above that on the wall, you'll notice was a grill for a van. That's that van. That is not finished because, like you said, I moved on to something similar, something else. That happens. I feel ya. See, there was another part that I set down. Where did it go? And like printer videos, like printer reviews or resin reviews, I can get those out kind of timely. Again, because there's usually a deadline for that. Like the company's like, here, please review this, let us know what you think. We're launching on this day, please have a video by then. You know, people think like the companies get involved and they tell you like, oh, we want this or we want this. The van, yeah, the van was already brown, so now it's just lighter brown color. Been around for months, saw most of the grease lightning. That's cool. That's good. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, by the time when people think like the companies will send you something and then they'll like people are worried that the companies will demand you say nice things about their product. I haven't had a single one do that, which is kind of cool. They're usually just more worried about like the marketing team wants a video like in a certain week range because they're trying to launch that week. And that's mostly all the data, all the info, the input they get. I will say Formlabs, they're the only company that wanted a rough draft, like a copy of the video that they could look at first so that they could give feedback. Okay, 4 more nuts with nut covers for the next step. The same nuts and the door frame cover. Okay. And when I sent them the video, the Formlabs people, I sent them the unboxing video and I sent them the review video. They did give me feedback. All of it was, this thing you called this, the name is actually this. Or they said, I didn't put a space between form and form, like the form and the number 4. They said there should be a space there. That was all their feedback, was basically just spelling mistakes and calling something a specific thing. So they didn't care, you know, didn't give any feedback on my thoughts. They just like, hey, idiot, that has a different name. The space is a branding thing. Yeah, it's, you know, if you type in form 4 with no space or form space 4, it comes out differently. And like I put both of them into the tags of the video, but I get it. They want the branding to be consistent. Like that was basically all they care. Because like I'm not talking to engineers. I'm talking to like the marketing person. And the marketing person probably doesn't even know how the thing works. She just knows this is what it's called. And they probably figure, well, if they're going to send you something for free that costs thousands of dollars, at least spell it right. Which, I mean, I understand. Okay, now I'm putting a handle on this thing. Prusa, it says. Very cool. I'm going to do something fun with the Formlabs people pretty soon, actually. They have a yearly hackathon. They have videos of their hackathons on their channel. I think it's been like, they just spend a weekend and tell their employees like, hey, build something cool. You know, whatever you want. Just see what happens. Let your mind go crazy. And this year they're like, hey, we should get in some content creators. So a few of us are going, and that'll be fun. Company I worked for is owned by Squarespace. They did ads across videos. Oop. Their ads across videos hit me a little differently. Makes sense. My dad's business, he has a Squarespace website. Seems to work. I have an online course thing. I did not go with Squarespace. I went with Kajabi on that. If only their like all their stuff wasn't just so cripplingly slow, it would be pretty nice. It is very slow. There we go. Kajabi is why I can never find the course easily. Have you noticed that with Kajabi? You can't find stuff easy. Okay, there's 2 things I don't like about Kajabi. As a creator on Kajabi, I have the Kajabi app on my phone, and like I'm in like other things, and I think the app on the phone works pretty fine, works pretty nice. But I signed up initially to Kajabi stupidly with the like sign up using Google thing or log in using Google, which works if I'm on a computer. But if I'm on my phone, the phone app, there's a Kajabi creator phone app, I can't log in with Google. Won't do it. I even have a Google phone. I can't access the creator part of Kajabi on my phone because I cannot log in. That's really annoying for something that I have to pay monthly money to do. To have something that simple where I can log in your website but not on your app, that's just insane. And Kajabi's not cheap either. It's crazy expensive. Like, fortunately, no one's complained that the course is too expensive, which is good because I'm not making I'm losing money every month on that Kajabi thing. I should probably do a better job selling the course, but I'm trying to do a better job making it and doing it first because I don't feel right telling everyone, hey, go buy this thing, and then like it's like I'm phoning it in. Because again, I got too many things going on, but I'm trying to finish up some things and like ease up. There we go. I had an issue here. These two metal panels were overlapping. I couldn't tighten them down. Fixed though. Now it's fixed. Okay, next. Magnetic bumpers and the same screws. M4, not 8R. I need M4 5R. M4. Where do they go? That's M3. That's M12. And it's 16. Where did the 5s go? 5s. Bingo. Nailed it. Don't work for Google anymore. Don't look at me. All right. And then I need the other two magnetic bumpers. There they are. That's it. Oh, those are some strong magnets. I bet those bumpers go on. I suppose they connect with the other magnetic bumpers or something on the frame. Maybe not. Oh geez, those are very strong magnets. Okay, the magnets go on the underside of what I'm doing. Okay. And these magnetic bumpers are going on the underside. We got the hole in the bottom in the magnetic bumper. Gotta line that up nice and carefully. There we go. Been live for 2 hours. How long did the printer take to build? I think that was 5 or 6. There we go. Okay, bumpers. Now I need front door left seal 1, front door left seal 2, front door right seal 2, front door right seal 1. And there's protective film on both of those parts. Okay, so Mark IVs took weeks to build a few hours at a time. Mark IVs, weeks to build. I wonder how different that is from a Mark III. So I don't have a Mark IV, I just have a Mark II and a Mark III. The Mark IV I did on a live stream. I think I did some of it not on the live stream. I think it took a long time. That one did take a long time to build. Oh, there's a whole box over here I haven't even opened. Is it in here? There's a couple of things. There's a thing. Can only work on it for a few hours on Saturdays. That would do it. That would certainly make it take longer. These are the bellows. Okay, I think this is all the bellows stuff. Let's see, where's the rest of it? Nothing in there. Oh, here we go. God, these are smaller. These are smaller than I expected. Okay, I was looking for like big. If you can only work on it on Saturdays, that would certainly extend the time. Let's see, I'm going to take a walk. It's time to grab a drink. I'm going to walk to the other side of the garage here. You'll get a glorious view of the ceiling and my shelving and my wife's car. That we got a minivan because we had the kid number 4. So we got a minivan and haven't driven then this thing for the first time since we got it 5-6 years ago, whatever it's been. It actually sat for more than 12 hours. And it sat for 12 hours. It sat for like 3 days, right? And then next time I went to drive it, it wouldn't start. The battery died. Battery, where is it? There it is. It's like, oh, thanks. And then I noticed one of the rear tires, over the course of a month, it goes slowly flat, and I can't find a nail in it. Like, I've patched nail holes before on that car multiple times. I think my wife liked driving through construction sites or something. But I can't find a nail hole on that one tire. So I need to, I mean, those are the snow tires anyway, and they're getting kind of old. So I got to swap those out for the summer tires, which are buried in the back corner of the garage. And then, yeah, get a new battery for it. Maybe drive it more than once every 2 months now. I mean, that's going to be more important later when we have to start taking kids to multiple schools at once, you know, because one kid's in middle school, one's in elementary school, and we'll need multiple cars at that point, that run. Okay, let's see, where was I? These seal parts. Okay, it says, align the flat end of the door frame, blah, 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 look at picture. Look at picture, that's the important part. Here is picture. Oh, you can't see. Picture. So I got these seal things. They go on the underside of the cover. There's a little cutout to go around the bumper. I think that's what we're dealing with. Short end, long end, cutout for around the bumpers. And they are not the same. They are mirrored. So I've put the correct one on the correct side. Okay. There we go. This one goes there. Actually, no, these are the wrong ones. Flip around, they go there and there. You probably can't see. Okay, yeah, there we go. So you got a Mark IV. How do you like that Mark IV? It looks really cool, but I didn't even consider buying one because I already had the Mark III and the Mark II. And although I'm sure the Mark IV is better, the Mark III and the Mark II that I got are already pretty good, and I already do not use them to their maximum extent. So I kind of didn't want something that was very similar, you know, another very similar bed slinger that I'm not going to use to its fullest extent when to be frank, the Mark II prints really well and it still works. So why, you know, why upgrade at this point? There we go. Like I posted something that I had printed on the XL. Huh, that's not balanced. That's going to bother me until I forget about it. I printed something on the XL, and I printed something on the Mark II in like comparison. And I remember showing a friend of mine, he's like, I'm really impressed that how good the Mark II one looks, because they both look really good. It's a very simple part in PLA, very easy. But they both looked excellent. And I think what people forget is like the Mark II was excellent when it was new. It was a beast of a machine, and a lot of the stuff that was on the Mark II was really like class leading awesomeness. And a lot of it has now become standardized on cheaper printers, but it's standardized on cheaper printers, awesome on the Mark II when the Mark II came out. And it was an amazing printer for its time. When did it come out? I don't remember. I gotta think it was like 8 years ago, maybe. I got it. It's right over there. It still works. It's still printing away. I mean, not printing right now because it would have been so loud you couldn't hear me talk. But it is absolutely a good machine. All right, there, we got those on. Okay, now here's where the hinges come in. Where did I put those hinges? Right there, hinge. Just the Mark IV. Have the upgrade kit for the Mark IVS. Haven't done it yet. You know, I'm sure the Mark IV is great on its own. Like, those upgrade kits are nice. Some of them do some pretty cool things. But like just having a reliable printer itself is very, very helpful. Again, I need the M4 by 12. I need the 12. M4 by 12. Here we go. Those are the screws. Hinge screws. Hinge time. Mark II may have been May 14th, 2016. That makes sense. I mean, that's... I know I'm pretty sure I got one of the very initial, like the initial push of them. That's where mine came from. It was from an early batch. I mean, I didn't get on super early, but that initial marketing push is when I got it. So mine is that. It's probably from 2016 then. Took a break from printing between 2016 and 19. When I returned, everyone switched to 1.75 mil. I had never done anything other than 1.75. I know that you can get the big 3 ones, right? The big ones. If I remember right, my Mark II was super delayed. Mine was too. Mine took a while. It took months, like a couple of months. Had an Ultimaker 2 then, which I got at a closing sale. His Ultimaker stuff's pretty good, right? My Mark II was definitely delayed. It was one of them like, okay, give us your money and we'll let you know. Like, it was that kind of deal. And then I was thinking like, this is going to take 90 days. I just better like chill out. But I think like in 6 weeks, it finally showed up. 6 or 8 weeks, and it showed up way earlier than I expected. Actually, come to think of it, it showed up right before Father's Day weekend because I remember using it to print something for my dad. Now I remember. It was really good. A second printer replacing a printer metal printer. A metal printer, huh? The difference was huge. Man, I would love an SLS metal printer. That would be so cool. Oh, and we don't attach this yet. There's a little box. Here it is. Check it out. A little screen. Why do we have this screen? Oh, it's a temperature sensor. Okay. So you pull out protective battery foil. And now the battery makes contact, and it is that 58% humidity, 26.5 Celsius? Is there a button that I can turn this into like real digits? Insert it correctly into the panel, not upside down. Okay, so this is going to go in like that on the cover, which means it needs to display like this. 63% humidity. Is that why I'm feeling so sweaty right now? The fact that there's no button to change it to Fahrenheit angers me unreasonably. Okay, now we're going to attach this. Model name was called Simple Metal. PrinterBot Simple Metal, according to Wikipedia. PrinterBot. I think I've heard of PrinterBot. Okay. Hang on, before I flip this over, I gotta cut a bunch of zip ties. With everything being black, I'll be lucky if I only cut zip ties and don't unintentionally cut some wires. Especially now that I'm caffeined up. There we go, nailed it. They filed bankruptcy in 2018. That's unfortunate. That's the thing. I hope like now with all these printer companies, a lot of them are going to like proprietary software and stuff. I really hope they don't go under. Prusa, I'm glad, is very open source. They're like, everything is going to be open source forever. That's good. I'm also pretty sure they're a big enough company that they're not going to go under. Although I got to imagine Bamboo must be really cutting into their profits, you know what I mean? All right, now we're doing the hinge, the front hinge. Oh, neat. You can't see this, but I can feel it. The magnetic bumpers just popped it right in place, so I'm not even holding it. And the magnetic bumpers are holding it real tight too. People think Bamboo is what prompted the Core 1. It might be. When Prusa emailed me, M4 by 12. I need M4 by 12. Oh, they're under here. When Prusa emailed me, they were asking if I wanted to try out an XL or a Core 1. And I replied like, well, I have all these ideas. These are the ideas I have for projects. The Core 1 basically can't do anything that the Centauri Carbon can't do. So I don't really have anything new I could do with that. But I have all these ideas that I could use a XL for. And I'm glad they went with the XL instead. Because like the Core 1, like the Centauri Carbon is super cheap and very capable. The Core 1, I have in the back of my mind that it's a Prusa, therefore it will be probably more upgradable, probably longer lasting. But I don't know, that Elegoo printer, for being Elegoo, which I always thought was a cheapo brand, it's really nice, you know? I considered the XL, but it looked like it would rattle. I haven't noticed it rattling. It's freaking gigantic, I'll tell you that much. I do not have space for it. The real reason I wanted the XL was because of the multi tool heads, so that I can mix, like I said way earlier, I can mix engineering kind of filaments. You know, and if they get like an AMS system for the Centauri Carbon, then I think that will probably serve the same function. The frame didn't look rigid. and some people in a different Discord suggested the same. You know, it doesn't. It. I think it feels more rigid than it is. Like there's here, I can show you. The printer's right here. Why not just move the camera? It seems like it wouldn't be that rigid, but these are thick aluminum extrusions. You know, the whole thing is just aluminum box extrusions. There's an aluminum extrusion all the way around. This is very solid, you know. They tell you in the instructions not to lift it by these, but it's very solid. That thing is so freaking heavy. And the thing is, if you pop open, if you look inside like a K1 or a K1 Max, I got a K1 Max and I got the Centauri Carbon. The way the frame is designed on those looks just like, very similar to the way the XL frame is designed, like an aluminum extrusion box, and it just has sheet metal covers kind of loosely over it. So I don't think that adds any extra strength. Like the Centauri Carbon ones, the sheet metal covers will rattle, but they're not structural, so like it doesn't really matter. You know, especially considering the Mark II and the Mark III, probably the Mark IV, the main thing of going across just a single sheet, like a single aluminum plate, and that's like an aluminum extrusion box, like it's got 3 more dimensions to it. It should be sturdy enough. Time will tell, though. I mean, I'm going to print a bunch of stuff, and I'll find out. And if the thing falls apart or starts rattling, I will complain on the internet about it. I was on decision paralysis over this choice, ended up buying the P1P and the Mark IV instead. Mainly wanted to jump 4 years newer tech. The P1P, that's an impressive machine. I don't have any bamboo stuff, but I know some people who do, and it seems very impressive. That is what I should have been doing this whole time. Drinking enough fluids. Okay, let's see what's next. Well done, the enclosure it's assembled. I have an enclosure, all done. Wait, no, it's not on the thing. I already have the Weedo X40, which is the dual head. That's pretty cool. The dual like multi-head printer seem pretty cool. Okay, you need a T10 Torx. I think I have that over there somewhere. From the front face of the printer, pull out the right extension cover and the left extrusion cover. Okay, so I'm going to start pulling out extrusion covers now. It's getting serious. I'm going to have to move the camera. Unfortunately, like a lot of these big printers, I use the space underneath just to pile up a bunch of garbage. I think that's the Torx thing that I need, so I can't throw that too far away. I know T10, ew, this has a little bit of resin on it. I hate touching resin. All right, and I gotta pry out an extrusion cover. There we go. Just strip covers, all right. Now it looks like we're going to be shoving these. Why do I have 2 boxes of these? Shoving these into the grooves. You can see the grooves there in the extrusions. These are just covers that are pushed in the slots. Maybe I'll be taking that out too. I don't know. We'll have to find out. You know, if only the bed was up higher, I could stick the laptop in there for my instructions. So, M3 and E. Oops. Okay, getting my bearings here. These are the same kind of deal that the filament holders are mounted into in the slots. So, push it. They need 2 of these. I assume 2 in each side. All right. There we go. You know, you mentioned laser cutting. I wouldn't mind laser cutting if I had a laser cutter that could also cut out like steel, like sheet metal. I don't know a lot about laser cutting, so maybe you can help me out here. There's like different powers of laser cutter, right? Lower bellows holder, okay. And then a bunch of other parts for the bellows. Okay, got it. Okay, I think that's what we got here. I think this is the lower bellows cover. And these are all the bits, the bellows bits. I got thick and thin plates. Got open plates. If I could get one. Talked about the X-Tool metal laser cutter in your Discord a few weeks ago. It's expensive. They always are, right? Let's see. They're always expensive. This is a stack of magnets. I need 2 magnets, right? They have little plastic dividers, so I'll be needing 2 of those. And M3, that's M310. M36. Bingo, now I need M38s. M38s. Okay, we're good. 13K. Yikes. Okay, not getting into that anytime soon. Take the bellows magnet spacer, place in the bellows magnet holder, insert the bellows magnet spacer with bellows magnet holder under the cutout in the lower bellows holder. Okay. There's the cutout. And it's screwed in with the 8 and 3x8 screws. Okay, easy peasy, I suppose. $13K. Now, a lot of those, like the laser cutting tools too, you need a lot of ventilation, don't you? So if you don't have ventilation, you're gonna have a bad day, right? Okay, did I miss a step? Insert the bellows magnet spacer with bellows magnet holder. This is the spacer. Under there, the magnet holder. It's here with the 8 M3x8, this one. So I don't actually have fantastic ventilation out here. I mean, I sort of do sometimes. So I have good ventilation if I open the garage door. So I have doors, big garage doors on one side. On the other side, I got a big window and another door. Not a garage door, but a door. And I generally can open, if I open them up, I'll have cross flow through the garage. And in fact, one thing that I kind of don't like is I have cross flow through the garage even if I don't open the doors, because the previous owners used the garage doors as a backstop and they would just ram into it. So the doors don't seal very good. So I have constant cross flow, and if I open them all up, then I have really good airflow. But I obviously don't want to leave my garage door open, like when I'm not, if the tool is running, like a printer is running, and it's got like a 12-hour print, I'm not going to leave my garage door open and leave and go to work, you know? Hello, everyone. Hello. It's good to have you. Oh, chat just vanished on me. The happy extruder. Well, I'm glad you're happy about it. For the wood acrylic cutter, have an air filter with a bajillion stages. That's nice. See, I got all this stuff, but I don't have good air filtration. And I also have like a family, and like obviously this is not living space. This is a garage. But I do have them like walking through this space occasionally. So I don't want to just smoke it up too much. I actually had a metal burnout. Like when I was burning out a resin mold, and it smoked the place up so bad my wife was concerned. And like obviously smoke is concerning. You should worry. I mean, in that case, something was burning out intentionally and everything was safe and like no problem. But sometimes I worry, like, is the stuff that she's breathing even briefly gonna cause her like harm? Hopefully not. And I definitely did just drink a bunch of caffeine, because now I'm having a hard time holding my fingers steady. Breathe safer with a 6-layer filtration system. Removes 99.99% of dust and odors. That's good. How long does it work before you have to replace a filter or something? Because that's cool, but I think I would prefer it if it would go like months or something without needing to be replaced. Depending on your temps in the garage, you may trigger MCU heat errors happen on really hot days. You know, that can happen. I have had heat errors on things. I haven't had a printer error out on me. Right now it's 70 something in here, like it's approaching 80 Fahrenheit. But some days in the summer, like it will get to the 90s. Fortunately, like this garage shares 2 walls with my air-conditioned house, and I think that kind of keeps it a little warm in the winter, a little colder in the summer. With the enclosure, it happens. That makes sense. The enclosure holds heat in, right? So I'd have to open the door, like open the lid and open the bellows. Okay, I got those in. Each of those filters are individually replaceable. That's good. So you could probably replace, like the first stage would have to be replaced more often. There are mods to help with it. Check printables. Thanks for the tip. I will do that. Take the bellows, magnet holder. Okay, I just did that. Carefully and slowly place a magnet in the cutout. Okay. Carefully, these are some powerful magnets. Wow. First stage is a cyclone filter, like woodworking, which is water washable. Nice. Cyclone filter. I've seen those in. My uncle does a lot of woodworking, and he put. I mean, like people who do a whole lot of woodworking, they put the dust system kind of built into his garage, and he's got a huge like central one with like hoses coming down. Every time I've done woodworking, for a lot of it was hand tools, so I didn't bother with the dust because I would get shavings. Although last time I built something, I got so sick of hand like thicknessing with the hand planer, like thicknessing a 4/4 board down to like different thicknesses. My elbows are killing me, so I went and bought a planer. And then now I have all of these benches were built obviously with like a chop saw and stuff. So I think I'm approaching the 20th century with my woodworking. Priority of the magnet is not important. Good, because I already put it in and I didn't pay attention. Attach the lower bellows holder to the XL. Magnet up. Goes in like here. Goes in like so. You can align the M3E nuts with the M3 hole in the lower bellows using the square holes and an Allen wrench. Okay. So I need M3 by 6, which are these. And I need to align those slider things. Okay. Fun times. Okay, this will be fun. And this is for this. No, now I need a different one of these. Hang on. I was not prepared for this part. I mean, I was, and then I became unprepared. Is that? Okay, that's perfect. Got it. All right. All right, that's in. Easy now. All right. Are any of the mods automated? I'd expect to see one that open or close the door to maintain the right temperature. That would be cool. Open and close this thing. Ugh. Those are some strong magnets they got. That would be neat, or at least there's a filter in the back. There might be like a fan attachment to just kind of ventilate if it gets too hot. All right. There's been some fan firmware upgrades. You can use that to a certain extent. I think I have the current firmware still. Unless they've updated it in the last couple of weeks. Because like this didn't have the updated firmware when I got it, but it did. I updated it at one point to see if that fixed my configuration issue. Turns out no. I needed to fix the configuration. Okay, next. Okay, now I need 4 more of those. Here we go. Now I get to work up here. Fun times. Like, it would be nice to use this thing in the house, but if I'm printing like ABS and stuff, I want it to be out here. I do run printers in the basement, but they're like PLA only, basically. I don't even use PETG in the house. Okay, and then I need these other 2 pieces. Wherever they went. Everything is black. It just disappears. quite certain I had these two pieces that I'm looking for. Current XL firmware released April. Okay, I probably have that one. My XL is 0 warping with the enclosure, mostly print ASA with it. Really? 0 warping on ASA. Because I've printed some stuff in ASA and on a Centauri carbon, which is enclosed. It's not a heated enclosure, but it's enclosed. And I still had some warping issues. Like I figured it out. It wasn't that hard to get it to work, but I still had warping issues. See, look underneath. No, it's not underneath. I know which parts they're talking about in the instructions. I just don't see them. They must have fallen or something. Maybe it's time to do a little cleanup. Okay, it's not in this part. So throw it out of reach if it's not the part I want. Not in there. Nothing left in here. Zero warping. Do you use, what settings do you use for ASA? Do you just use the ones built into Prusa Slicer, or using Prusa ASA? Because I got some Prusa ASA. There we go. I got some Prusa ASA. Let's see. I got Signal White Jet Black and Lipstick Red ASA. I don't think I have any reinforced ASA. Just looking at the wall of filament over there. Although I do have a roll of glass fiber ASA, I think over there from Soraya Tech. Okay, these look like the same. So I have these upper magnet covers. Is that these? And holders. Yeah. Okay, and then I need M3 by 8B screws. I think are these? Yep. And lock washers. I don't recall seeing lock washers. There they are. Okay, good. Because if I could get ASA to print nicely, that would be great. Prusa ASA, tweak the profile for a smooth bed sheet. Okay, so I have this one. This is the smooth, the satin powder coated sheet. Yeah, satin powder coat. That's not on right. There we go. I'm sure that's good for it. I have a bunch of other beds, a bunch of other sheets, like the nylon sheet and whatever. What bed temperature are you using? Put 2 lock washers on the upper magnet holder. Then put it under there. Okay. Lock washers. Make sure you clean it up with warm soapy water, no paper towels. Got it. I know they say don't use acetone on them. So I'm not going to use acetone. It's weird because the Mark II and the Mark III, I basically only use acetone. And I'm still on my original Mark II bed. Never had a problem. But if they say no acetone, then, you know, no acetone it is. All right. This is quite fiddly. Now the Centauri Carbon has a smooth-sided sheet and a textured sheet, and I've only ever used the smooth or the textured side. I have never once tried the smooth one. They say like you can use that side with PLA and have a lower temperature, lower like bed temperature. But I've also heard from like other people that they've never been able to get that to work. So I just use the textured side. And I kind of don't mind the texture because it gives it a little bit of a rough surface. So if I have two flat things, I'm trying to epoxy them together, that rough surface really helps. Okay, carefully and slowly attach the magnets. Polarity is not important. There are two magnets on each upper magnet holder. Okay, two on each. Interesting. Arctic plate works great. I do not know what that is. Are there two magnets on each of these because it sits too far under the surface or what? You put it on the underside also. Interesting. There are two magnets. Got it. The polarity is not important except that it is important. There we go. That is weird. Alrighty then. Next. Now I'm starting to think with all these printers piling up, when do you think they're going to reach peak like market saturation of these things? Because more and more people are getting into it. Is it going to ever reach a point where it's kind of like paper printers in the home? Where at some point people just go buy one and they don't upgrade, they don't think about it, they don't worry about it until the thing breaks. Like, is it ever going to reach that point with 3D printers? Or is it going to be a strictly maker tool kind of thing? Because I imagine if it stays as like a maker tool kind of thing, it might end up being kind of like welders, where there are people who just buy a welder and have a welder. There are other people who buy a welder every year or two. Print ASA at 255 first layer, 260 all others, and ensure your print orientation falls evenly. When the tile's remember, it heats areas. Sometimes it overcompensates. Okay. What's your bed, like, how about the bed temperature? We'll end up with special filament cartridges tied to the manufacturer. I believe that. Someone's definitely going to go there. I mean, there's definitely a market, like bamboo proves it. There's a market where people just want the thing to work. and they don't want to think about it. And they're just going to end up printing multicolored LA things and nothing else. But you can also get a paper printer for like $100. But you can also get a really fancy paper printer for thousands that can print tons of stuff and just has giant liquid jugs of resin. And like price wise, that's more similar to this. Bamboo is the first attempt. I think you might be right. All right, M3/8 screws, these things again. Screwing it up here. Unfortunately, we have Prusa, and they're kind of stuck with like bed, 95 first layer, 103 rest of them. Ambient temps in garage may raise above. Okay, good to keep in mind. All right. Now, then again, how many people want 3D printed stuff? Like, how many people are into making objects like that? Like, it probably won't eventually become like Amazon just sells you files, right? And you have to print it yourself. Although maybe. I suppose that is a possibility. All right, plates in place. Now, XL enclosure board cover. XL enclosure splitter and some screws. XL enclosure board cover. That looks like this. 3D printers will be some way in the future part of the household, like microwaves, toaster ovens. Make things that'll fade away from markets such as hooks, replacement parts, etc. That would be good. Like what I think would be an excellent use of 3D printers if a bunch of houses had them, is you buy a product that has a few different parts on it, and if it breaks now, you gotta hope they got more of them, or you gotta replace the whole thing. But it's gotta be more like environmentally friendly at the very least. I know people don't really care about that; they just pretend they do. But it's got to be better if a couple of those little plastic pieces could just be like printed on demand if you needed them. Or even the part you buy doesn't include it, and it's like IKEA, you got to build it yourself, and you just print out the bits that are plastic. And if it breaks, you print out another bit that's plastic. You know? Okay, we got these. And two of the screws, which are right there. Okay, there's an orientation thing here. There we go. But I mean, I might just be thinking my printer didn't include all the parts, had to print them. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's in much easier distribution that way. I know, like, if you need high volume plastic stuff, you really just got to injection mold it. But if you only need a couple of a certain thing at a certain place, a printer will do the job. You know, like if you think, okay, open your closet, most of the hangers in your closet are plastic. If you need a million cheap hangers, just injection mold a million white plastic ABS hangers. You know, but if you're in a house and you need like one thing like this part here, I know that's injection molded, but if like you just need one or you break one in 10 years, if you had the STL file somewhere online or just on a flash drive, you could print a new one. And you wouldn't have to like replace a whole machine, if you know what I mean. There was the rep wrap movement printers, self-replicate. Yeah, I mean Prusa prints a whole bunch of the stuff on this is printed on another Prusa machine on their own print farm. So they build their own equipment to print their own stuff, but they also get to test their own machines by running them constantly, printing more machines. Okay, now I need a bunch of brackets. That is where these come in, I think. 4 bits of brackets. Saw some guy who's using his 3D printer as an injection molder, held his silicone mold up to the nozzle. Yeah, that's kind of neat. The only issue you have there, I saw those kinds of things. You would need a way to melt, like ideally, you want to have the melted plastic in the injection molding machine just go and then it like all goes in there like that, fills up the mold before it solidifies. And an extruder just isn't that fast, you know. And 3D printing molds for Halloween mask molds, not perfect, but silicone, that's cool. Okay, let's see. I got these parts. Fixing bracket front right, fixing bracket front left, fixing bracket back, one of the backs, back left, fixing bracket back right, and M3 by 10 RT screw, 7 of them. Bingo. Got the stuff for the next one. His mold was teeny. It would have to be teeny. It would have to be very small. And I think I saw the video you were talking about. We're coming up top for this next bit. But there's a YouTuber that I like named Craftsman, Crafsman. He makes toys, injection molded toys. Very cool stuff. And he has a tool, like an actual injection molder thing, like hydraulic powered and everything. And the benefit there is he can fill the mold and and it's full, like really, really fast. And you can have a lot more plastic in the thing, like a huge hopper full of melted plastic, and just go in the like next mold, one after another, you know? An older guy who wondered why everyone wasn't doing it. It's slow and it's small. That's probably why. Let's see, using a thing, got to remove that screw. Okay. So on the top left side, remove this screw, attach fixing bracket front left. Front left onto the metal cover. Oh, that's not the bracket. Like this. I think I have the wrong one on the front. Like this. Okay. No K. Okay, knock it. Got it. Put the screw back in. Okay, back. Sorry, I ignored you for a minute. I forgot I'm actually supposed to be building something also while I'm talking. Safe to say 3D printers adapt to its owner depending on what's needed on demand, so it's different for every household. That is very true. And I have different printers that do different things. You know, I don't think this screw is going to work. M310T. I think the reason they give us new screws for this bit because they need to be longer. Yeah, there we go. Just want a tool that makes a kajoink sound, but a recording instead of human making the noise instead. Yeah, there you go. You can have that wired into your printer, so when you hit the button, so like hit the button in it, and an injection molds in the thing. There's a little speaker that goes kajoink. That would work. Injection mold is super expensive too. Ideally, we need to be printing something in demand that will give you your ROI. The molds are expensive. I have seen other people 3D print, like resin print the mold and then injection mold into that. I know that's not going to last as long as like a machined steel one, but it will get the job done. I know Formlabs has a resin. Which resin is it? It's rigid 10K, and they were showing people doing that for small runs. Like they say, it's for small run injection molding, but the people who are actually using them in injection molding say like, yeah, they say small runs, but we've been just doing it. We've just been using it for everything. They last a lot longer than you think. Like, cause they're talking like we're not making 5 million of this part. We're just making a few thousand, and these printed molds seem to work well enough for that. Okay, that's in there. Okay, now turn the printer so the rear is facing you. Good luck. That ain't happening. But I see the screws. I see the screws I'm supposed to take out. I think, yeah. Okay. That one and that one. All right, we're gonna do this around the corner. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Got him. Automated Halloween props, some of the articulated parts unavailable, 3D printer, no problem. Yeah, well, that's the good part about 3D printing. You can get those parts, or if you can't get the parts, you can get the parts. You know what I mean? I mean, like the ultimate hack is if you got a 3D printer, learn some 3D modeling skills, and you can make everything out of plastic. Like a photo printer, like a paper printer, you know, is pretty useful. But also, if you have Photoshop skills and photography skills or writing skills on like a word processor, it's way more useful. Because then you can write or make art and print it out on photo sticker paper and all that stuff. This is the same kind of deal. It's just in 3 dimensions. I mean, sure, you get a lot of people who just download stuff and print and that's it. But if you can 3D model, you can really do infinitely more. All right, now the last bit on the back. This thing weighs like 70 pounds. How am I going to get this thing? Have you seen the concrete 3D printers? Yes. Yes, yes. Tinkercad has saved you so many times. Yeah, I bet. No, that's upside down. There we go. Okay. Let's hope this is the last thing I need to do behind the printer. Nope, it isn't. Attach the XL enclosure board behind this side. I'm gonna move the enclosure over there. Maybe I can spin this around. Man, this thing is so heavy. Okay, I apologize for the spinny camera. We got to attach something back here. We got to attach this little computer thing in the back here. You need to turn it eventually. Darn. Push that spool holder on the right. Push in. Let's see. It went. Interesting. Okay, I got to take out a screw. Should I put this screw in? Other side if you're turning it toward the wall. Oh, okay. Yeah, the spool holders on the other side are sticking out right now. I gotta run this in here. And then take this one out. You can get a great shot of the top of my head. And back in here. Okay. Okay, what now? Actually, I have countertop space now for this thing. So fixing the bracket right rear, that's this. I already did that. Oh, is this supposed to be on the other side? I think that might be on the other side. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at multiple things here and this one's mirrored, so it's messing me up. Okay. Okay, front, back, left, right. Up is down. There we go. Back on track. So, I screw up on camera. Not going to edit it out because it's a live stream. Been streaming 3 hours now. How long, if anyone else has built this enclosure before, how long did it take you? I can keep spinning this around a little more. I was supposed to have this unplugged anyway. Gotta be extra careful spinning this thing. Don't want to knock that shelf. A lot of tiny things on that shelf. Okay, double check. Then on mine, the USB and 2 white connectors facing up. They are. They will be facing up. 2 white and USB up. I was paying attention to this. This connection is a little longer, so I was keeping track of that. Is your cam mirror camera, selfie cam, and sometimes selfie cam mirror? See if I can find any text. From my point of view, I see that as backwards, so I think it's mirrored. I think selfie cam automatically mirrors, yeah. Yep, USB is pointing up. Okay, this step only applies when the Wi-Fi attachment is on the back. It is, it's right here. Unscrew the antenna from the antenna connector. Okay. Release a few turns right off the M3 screws on the buddy box. Oh, this part's fun. Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing. Aren't I a great cameraman? If I could, I would fire myself. Okay. Next step is only for 5-head printers. Okay, got it. By pressing the security latch, unplug the Dwarf 3, Dwarf 4, and Dwarf 5 from the bed. All right. Which ones? These 3 up here. There's Dwarf 3, Dwarf 4, Dwarf 5, okay. There's a bit of filament splooging back here. Stay away from static demons, please. Yes, for sure. This close to electronics. You know, I noticed there's a 6th filament hole over here and a 6th plug here. When they were designing this, were they thinking of doing a six head and then they figured out they couldn't fit 6 here or something? This step only applies to the side antenna. Nope. Moving on. If you have an antenna on the side of the printer, remove the cover, proceed, blah, blah, blah. Rear antenna, nope. Not me, not me. Nextruder unplugging. Oh, so we have to remove that now. Got to half disassemble this printer. Half disassemble it just to re-put it back together. Okay, unplugged. So we get the number 2, or that's number 1. That's dwarf 1. This is dwarf 2. And now over here, left side from the rough side, do not remove these screws. Okay, remove and do not throw away. Not those, these screws. So, has anyone seen any good movies lately? I saw that they're making a new Spaceballs. That's going to be pretty cool. Maybe. I'm kind of nervous they're going to mess it up. But Mel Brooks is doing it, so it should be okay. Just saw one about a guy building a printer enclosure. Oh, really? No spoilers. Don't tell me how it ends. I haven't seen the ending to that one yet. Did a History of the World Part 2 recently. Mel wasn't really in it. I didn't see that one. I remember History of the World Part 1, and they teased Part 2, because they tease everything. Remove the cable management cover by pulling it towards you. I remember the teaser, they said it would have Jews in space. Was that in? And the spaceships looked like the Star of David. Okay, watch out for cables. On the right side, cut off 2 zip ties. Okay, clippers. On the right side, that zip tie, watch out for cables. Just cut the ties. Okay. Success. No cables cut. They fulfilled all the teases. That's good. Predators, Killers of Killers was surprisingly good for an anime. I haven't seen anime in a long time. It's been a long time. On the right side, cut off 2 zip ties. Locate right PE screw on the board. Remove. Do not throw away the screw. That is this screw right there. Do not throw away the screw. Either. I'll recover it eventually. But I remember yeah, that's good. I'm just worried they're gonna like wreck something. So next I need the PE cable, the longest one. Okay, let's see, here's my box of stuff. PE cable, the longest one. That's this one. Both of these. The fan wire and the other one, the LED cable. The screw I removed last step and some zip ties. Okay, really got to find that screw. Is it common for people to remove screws and immediately throw them away? I have no idea. It's weird, isn't it? I didn't throw it away, but I did drop it. It's not in there. That's the lower board. remove the upper one. I think it must have fallen in. Oh well, I hope it's not touching anything too critical that it's going to short out on me. Oh well. I think it fell. There's a little hole there. I'm pretty sure it fell down. All right. And zip ties. Got it. Okay, and this thing. Well, they use black shrink wrap on this and not the white or the red shrink wrap that they show in the picture. That immediately makes me doubt what I'm doing. Is that normal? Red shrink wrap would make it faster. Yeah, it would go much faster. It increases the print speed by 10%, right? Using the red. Adjust cable routing as shown in picture. Thought only lightning bolts do that. Maybe. Lightning bolts, racing stripes. Adjust extra cable length like so. Okay. Okay. Oh, they're just showing me how that works. Adjust cable routing, as shown in the picture. Slide the connector onto the metal sheet. Protrusion. And then plug it in. So it's just going like this. Slide right up in there. All good. Fully secure. Connect fan cable. This was the fan cable. Connect fan cable. Route this behind. And it plugs in. A lot of cables in the way on this. Is it not right there? Oh, there it is. No, I've noticed I can either talk to you guys while I'm building it or I can build it properly. Because I like talking, this might be real interesting the first time we go to plug it in. Disconnect the LED cable from the XL sandwich. So that's this one. Disconnect, there we go. Connect the LED to the left connector on the enclosure splitter. Left connector right there. Clip. So far so good, minus one screw. Yeah, you'll lose one, you find one. You know, it all balances out in the end, right? And then we have this, installing LED cable, which is this one. And they want that in the middle. Okay. All right. Clip. And then slide that behind all of these things. And connect it to LED light 2. LED light 2, there it is. Click. Now locate the metal perforation on the XL enclosure board assembly. There. Watch out for cables. Do not over tighten zip tie. I was talking about that earlier, and zip ties and finky little wires. Where did the zip ties go? Here they are. Attach cables with black sleeve with the zip tie. There we go. Clip off. Okay, and there's another cable under there. Zip ties lift. If aviation panels are allowed missing screws, so can my 3D printer. Dang right. Ain't that true? Ain't that the truth? Not just missing screws and zip ties. I've seen a lot of machines missing whole panels altogether. Do not over tighten zip tie. Got it. More and more zip tying things to other things. Okay. More zip tying things to other things. And being extra careful not to cut wires. I'm almost out of zip ties. Hope I don't need too many more of these. You know, speaking of movies, I'm glad with the new with that new Spaceballs. I'm glad they're getting Rick Moranis back. Please prepare rear cable management upper. You removed in previous steps. And the screws are removed in previous steps. Okay. I know what screws look like. Don't pinch any cables. Attach the rear cable management upper to the printer. Double check the cables. There are a lot of them. Secure screws. Got it. Don't pinch cables. There are a lot of them. It is truth. But it needs to go. Let's see. Under there. You know, it would be a lot easier to know if I'm not pinching cables if things weren't all black and dark. Get my streaming light here. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm pinching any cables. Doesn't look like I'm pinching any cables. Can't be guaranteed though. Three and a half hours. Here I thought the enclosure would go a lot faster. I thought the printer would take forever. The enclosure would go quick. Neither of them went quick. We're catching on something. Flange is catching on something. Okay. Yep, definitely catching on something. I see it. So are aviation panels allowed to have missing screws? Is that why there keep being so many plane crashes lately? Is that something they changed? You know what we're catching on? That screw that I lost earlier. Thought I dropped it down. I guess it bounced up. There, no more problem. 2 mysteries solved. A certain number are allowed. That's slightly scary. Okay. And now I imagine we have to reattach all the stuff that we disconnected. Okay, first attach to dwarf 1. Then dwarf 2. Click, click. And stick this back on. This is my antenna. You know, I had to change. I had to change a screen on a Saturn IV Ultra 16K, one of the brand new ones. Mine showed up with a dead screen. That thing is a beast of a printer to change the screen on compared to a lot of other ones. And in doing so, I accidentally broke the end off the antenna wire, so I don't have an antenna on that anymore. Printer works fine though. So I got a USB that whole thing. Okay, yep. Okay, and then we got Dwarf 3, Dwarf 4, and Dwarf 5. Three. Four. Oh, gotta make sure I'm not pinching the PTFE tubes. Okay, I'm not pinching any. There we go. Okay, got it. 4 billion is a number. Yes, a Wi-Fi connector onto a PCB. Those are annoyingly tiny. They are very annoyingly tiny. So very annoyingly tiny. XL splitter. The connected neck extruders head look like this. It does look like that. Okay. And then this cover goes on. It drops right in place. Piece of cake. I say several hours into what I didn't think would take 4 hours. Of course, not going too slow. I mean, it's not bad. Do not pinch wires. I imagine if I had pinched any wires, it wouldn't have just dropped on there quite so smoothly. It had no problems. Okay, avoid direct skin contact with the lubricant used on the linear rails. Okay. Why are we suddenly talking about those? Do not touch. Okay. Why am I suddenly... I think I'm suddenly on something else. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna, apparently we're moving back to the front. Belt clamps must be replaced as the original parts are not suitable for high temperatures. All right then. Moving back around to the front. Now we got to deal with these, I guess. And we're not supposed to touch the grease and the rails. Okay. Loosen this 4 full turns. Do not remove it completely. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 full turns. Gently stretch the belt with your finger. If the belt feels loose, it does. It feels quite loose. Extend the next step. Do the other side. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. They are quite loose. It says remove the carriage cover. Does this just pop off? Yep. I hope that's supposed to pop off because I just popped it off. Watching the mirror, it has me punch drunk. Yeah. Watching the screwdriver turn the wrong way. No, this is a special mirror machine. Every screw is reverse thread on this. And they printed this with backwards words. Okay, for the next step, belt clamp X2. That's probably in this. Probably in here. Belt 2 XL belt clamps. All right, these look like the belt clamps. Okay, PCCF belt clamp. Remove them, do not throw screws away. Again, do not throw screws away. I wasn't planning on throwing the screws away. Attach the belts. Belts must touch in the middle. Check that the belt is not twisted. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're replacing these two belt clamps with these two belt clamps. This is PCCF, and those are not. Okay, then. Yes, pops off. Okay, well, everything pops off if you pull hard enough, right? Oh, whoops. Was not expecting that. You want the belts to touch in the middle. Got it. They're not twisted. They touch in the middle. Got it. Oh, that's going to be a beast to try to get all that together. I know. There's got to be a trick to this. If anyone's got a trick to this, it would help. I wonder how much it's actually saved by using the lower temp parts on the base build. I don't know. It can't be much. Hold on a sec. I thought I put... Need like a pencil or a marker or something. Hold on. I have them around here somewhere. I know I do. Thinking of marking it. I wonder how much Yeah, you know, I'm not sure. But you can kind of see through the little window. Yeah, there we go. Right? Yeah. I had it. There we go. You can clamp one side. Yeah, clamp one side and then feed the other one in. There, I got it there. That's holding just fine. It does bend slightly. I'm just afraid of snapping it. Because they said it's PCCF. You know, and PCCF is not as... I mean, I guess it looks like a carbon fiber filament. It does look different. So I guess I'm just going to have to trust that it's a different filament. I will just have to trust them. All right, I'll do the one side. That was easier. You're right. Oh, except I made a mistake. I twisted the belts. Was not paying attention. Got the belts twisted. Okay. On was the beta testing for the XL. All right, now we're back. You were on the beta testing for the XL. That's cool. Four full turns on both of these. All right, those feel roughly where they felt before. So how did that go? How do you get on beta testing a printer like that? Some luck, social media content and events. I'm quickly tuning these to match. Okay, that's good enough. Bellows. Now it's bellows time. Bellows. Now I'm scared. What's with all of these? They're gonna have to replace half of the printer? All right. Bellows time. Looks like there's a bellows holder. Like that. Okay, that's neat. That's certainly cool. Cool. Neat. Okay, now next extruder upgrade. I have a 5-head. Now I get the feeling I'm going to have to do the upgrade to all of these, right? Is that accurate? I have a feeling I'm going to have to do that. Okay then. Yes. Okay then. Okay. Okay. We're going to move over here now. I'm actually going to do this. Now it looks like we got to work with this thing. Open the cover. Release these screws. Those are some long screws. There we go. Oh, that one almost shot out. Okay, so we need to take this part. We got this bit. Place the idle swivel thingy nearby. We will disassemble it later. Next. If your next extruder has 4 screw cover, proceed to the next step. Nope. Remove them. Do not throw them away. Here we go. For the 3 screw cover model. Unscrew these 2. Do not throw them away. Loosen the last screw. Do not remove it. Okay. Do not remove it. Oh, now that's a tiny screw. That's tinier than this one. That must be what this is for. It is indeed. Okay. So, remove the grub screw. Do not throw it away. They're really insistent about that. Do not throw that screw away. Okay, now we have these things out, and it says we gotta upgrade them. Release and remove screw from the idler. Do not throw it away. Never would have guessed that. Move this spacer thing. Guess what? We do not throw it away again. And then we're supposed to remove remove the pins. And again, do not throw them away. How many people just throw stuff away? Okay, that bearing came out separate. There we go. Yeah, someone threw the whole printer away. They must have. Throw the old idler levelers, levers in the bin. It wants me to throw these away. Nah, not so fast. I'm going to put them aside. I'm not going to throw them away. Can't tell me not to throw them away. Okay, idler level A, idler level B, idler lever, idler lever. That's a, let's see, we got, those look like mirror images. So I think one of these is the A and one of these is the B. Yeah. And now we just reassemble, I assume. We just stick all the bits back together. Like that, like that. All right, and then there's a spacer that goes in there. And then this nut threads in. There we go. Threaded together, and I didn't throw any of it away. Now I'm just assuming we're going to do the same thing to this. Pull out all the metal bits, don't throw any away, put in new plastic bits. Here's some plastic ones. Yeah. Must be where this comes in. One of these. These all-in-one wrenches, they're a neat idea, but they're like every single one of them ever made has just been a nightmare to actually use ergonomically. Like, it's pretty obvious why we have not replaced all of our tools with all-in-one tools. Top and a nut. Bottom. Oh. Bottom bolt, nut, and a spacer. I broke the tip off of one of those and it got stuck in the screw. That's not fun. So these were the old junk. Keep in mind the orientation of the idler lock. Oh, I have long since forgot that, my friend. We have this. We have a spacer. We have that. I joke, but there's a picture on my screen to show it, so I don't have to remember. Just in case you were freaking out. Okay, I probably shouldn't have tightened that quite so much. And I'm going to have to do this on all 5 extruders, huh? Super fun, that's right. Super duper fun. Just fast forwarding here through all of the stuff that I just did. All right. Now we're going back to reassembly, it looks like. Wow, I gotta clean my cameras. That's probably better. Okay. Oh, spacer fell out. Back in there. Where's the grub screw? Oh, I fell it. I threw it away. Why wasn't there instructions telling me to hold on to that? Well, I'll tell you this much. Replace mine with transparent covers. That's a cool idea. That's a really cool idea. I like that. It's like that old school gamer thing where you have a Game Boy or something, but it's like got the clear shell and you can see all the circuit boards. Exactly. Yes, I think seen some of those for sale somewhere. It would be cool. I mean, I don't know why more machines aren't uncovered slightly. You know what I mean? And now these go back in. Stop tightening as soon as the screw tips are poking through the front face. Okay. See if there we go. It's supposed to be like that. Okay. I'm going to tip it up and you can watch the screw tips poke through the holes there. There. See, it's poking through. There, it's poking through. You see the 2 screws poking through? They're not poking through much, but I think that's the point. Now we close the cover, tighten this up. Yeah, if that cover was clear and you could see those gears moving around, that would be so cool. If all of this thing was clear. Because this has like lights in there that blink and there's like a circuit board in there and you could just see all of the bits. That would be so cool. Flush with screw holes good enough. Yeah, that's what I thought. That spring, big spring on there. Okay, cool. You know, I never did put the sock over there. Should I put the sock on now that I'm taking it off? What do you guys think? Put the sock, the silicone sock on there, or just leave it? The instructions said the sock was optional. Does help? Okay, I'll grab them. Hold on. I'll grab them when I can find them. Where did I go? They went somewhere. All right, I found the box. So what do these socks help with anyway? Like, what's the point? Is it just like temperature retention or cleanliness or what? What is it? Doesn't keep filament off the block. Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to do. Is it just a cleanliness thing? You know, actually, it's not easy to get that on because the block here is stuck right up against this thing. Is that supposed to be stuck right there like that? Keeps goo off and temps nominal. I can't get it on there. I don't know how many hours your machine has. It's a good time to check the 2 screws on the left of the mounting plate. Now so okay, 2 screws on the left side of the mounting plate. Oh, up there. This machine does not have a whole lot of hours on it. That is for sure. No on extruder. Mounting plate, do you mean these ones? So sitting up these two on the left side. They feel tight. Yeah, they're tight. They're still good. Back to going mono, E-mono with this silicone cover. Can't get it down there. This is in the way. Can't slip it down between those two things. I'd have to disassemble it more. Or maybe twist this. I don't really feel like doing that. I have a strong aversion to messing with things that are functioning. You ever see linear artifacts, check those 2 screws. Interesting, okay. I will keep that in mind. I guess I'm passing on the socks. At least for now. Okay, next step. Fan shroud removing. Maybe this will actually do it. Oh, no, it's that metal plate that's in the way. So we're replacing this too? This thing's crap. Oh, there we go. On mine, I can loosen the thumb screws and rotate the heater block. Let me take a look, see if I can find the screws. Well, it looks like I could probably rotate it. I really just don't want to mess with it. And whatever holds the tube from the nozzle up to the extruder gear. Yeah. There's a couple of things I can't quite get to on this. Actually, this is kind of loose, so I could just slide it a little. Let's see if it'll go on now. Oh, yeah. There we go. There, that went on. I did have enough room. Barely. Okay, now I put it back on. Just looking at the instructions on the screen up here. And then it says, repeat on all the rest. Okay, I'm going to stick this back on. I can adjust my camera. Clip. That doesn't need to be attached to put this in, does it? Click. Okay. There we go. All right, I'm going to go around. So is everybody adapting okay? Sounds like a good time for a montage. Yes. Yes, indeed. Like, okay, now do it 4 more times. And actually, the instructions don't repeat it 4 more times, obviously, because that would be stupid. So I'm just going to do the next 4 extruders. I'll do that off camera. And instead, we're going to stick this on. Hold on. Okay. Let's get this on up and over. All right. Whew. Sorry you had a terrible view for that. Does any of your next rooters have 4 screws on the gear cover? Let me look. Nope, they're all 3s. All of them have 3. They're all the same. M4, I need M4 by 8 screw. All right, we're gonna flip back around. Mine has 3 as well. The newer versions have 4 now. Yeah, every step of this, there's like a couple different versions they have. I suppose it's nice that they're updating things. All right, we have a cover. Ooh. Now this thing is even bigger than it was. It's crazy. It's crazy how gigantic this thing is. Boom. All right. All 4 on. Man, this thing is so heavy. Okay, next stage of the build. Plug these things in. And there's one more wire that I gotta grab. Let's see. Those are backwards. I will appreciate this. They're different size plugs, which means it's impossible to plug them in wrong. That is handy. And the last part, what appears to be a ground screw. Perhaps. So this plugs in here. And this goes in here. This must just be grounding the case. The case is all metal, so it makes sense. Okay. Now it wants me to zip tie all this stuff up back here. Zip tie to what? Just to itself? Is that even necessary? Now we got this. And there's a sticker. It said I have a serial number sticker. Boom, serial number sticker. Prusa XL Enclosure. Gotta make sure that sticker's on straight. It's not on straight. It looks really bad. So it won't snag on things as you move the printer. Good call. That actually makes sense. That actually does make sense. Well, it looks like the instructions, on the instructions, the rest of the build has to do with just like calibrating and stuff. Calibrating, adjusting stuff. And of course, the 4 other extruders. 4 other extruders. 4 more. And we've been going 4.5 hours. So I think we'll just do a preview here of closing the enclosure. Oh no, the hinge must be on crooked. Something's on crooked. Yeah, my hinges are crooked. Then we can pull this up. Enclosed. Cool. Well, that's the enclosure built. I'll deal with the other bits and bobs off camera because we've been streaming a long time. And I need to go take a break. So thank you all for watching. If you have any idea of what you want to see me print with this, let me know. Probably going to be doing some of this stuff. PC blend, nylon, carbon fiber. There's a bunch of stuff. PETG carbon fiber, PETG magnetite. That looks cool. But up here is the PC blend, the nylon. That's a nylon, PA11, TPUs, ASA, you know, all that kind of stuff. So that's what we'll have to look forward to. Thank you for anyone who managed to stay the whole 4.5 hours. I salute you. And thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Calibrate and stay safe. Yes, calibrate for sure. I'm gonna finish it off tonight. After probably after dinner. But I will see you guys later. Thanks for watching.